All right, good morning, everyone. I would like to call to order the Judiciary Committee public hearing for February 15th, 2023. It is a couple minutes after 10 o'clock. I believe we'll jump right into our agenda. Before us today, we have a list of nominees for review, either to continue on or to be new workers' compensation administrative law judges of our new title. First, we will call up the Honorable Stephen M. Morelli of Berlin. Mr. Morelli, if you could raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, that the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury? Great. Have a seat. Make sure your microphone's turned on there. And if you have an opening statement, you can proceed.
The light on means it's on? Okay. Good morning, Representative Safstrom, Senator Kissel, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. Are there people doing this remotely?
You know what, I should have announced our ranking member, Representative Fishbein, and my co-chair, Senator Winfield, are both remote today.
Okay.
So they are on, but go ahead.
Okay, so good morning, Senator Winfield and Representative Fishbein. I'm honored and privileged to sit before you again as a nominee by Governor Lamont to the Workers' Compensation Commission. My sincere thank you to this committee for the opportunity to appear before you to speak about my desire to continue to serve on the commission. I reside in Berlin with my wife, Mag. We have 3 children, Liz, Jimmy, and Emma. I received my Bachelor of Arts from the University of Connecticut in 1983 and my law degree from the University of Connecticut School of Law in 1986. I am admitted to practice law in both Connecticut and California state and federal courts. Prior to becoming a commissioner, I was in private practice and handled matters in several areas of the law, with the majority of my experience in employment law. I began as a commissioner on August 1, 2012. I had the honor of being named chairman in 2018. Prior to that, I was a sitting commissioner in the New Britain, Norwich, Hartford, and Waterbury districts. I believe I treated people with respect and approached my position in the fair and impartial manner in which it must be done. It would be an honor and a privilege to continue to serve as workers' compensation administrative law judge and in my role as chairman, if given the opportunity by this committee. I'd like to take a moment, if you'll indulge me, to address the last few years and the Workers' Compensation Commission and its response to the pandemic. The Workers' Compensation Commission responded quickly and efficiently. I can point to the fact that in 2019, the year before the pandemic, there were 51,842 hearings held. In 2020, a year we'll always remember, the commission held 48,499 hearings. After pausing hearings for 2 days to get the logistics straight, we immediately began doing hearings both telephonically and trials by teams. In fact, the only limitation we had during that time was a high instance of dropped phone calls, which our IT folks determined was due to insufficient bandwidth, a situation which was corrected. I want to be clear that I am not claiming this as my accomplishment. This was only able to be accomplished due to the buy-in and dedication of the judges sitting behind me, those judges who are not here today, and the entire Workers' Compensation Commission staff. I'd like to thank Governor Lamont for this honor and his continued faith in me. Thank you for your time and consideration, and I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Questions to the committee, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Good morning, everyone. Chairman Morelli, that was a fast 5 years, wasn't it? Please give my best to your wife, Mag. Remember her fondly up here at the building, working on various initiatives, in particular those involving seniors. I think all of you deserve a tremendous amount of credit for not really pausing very much at all during the pandemic. But one of the questions that I had is, what kind of matters, did the matters change considerably during the pandemic? Were there higher incidents of injuries because of people being out of work? Were there a drop in certain areas where you would normally see claims? How did that play out?
The changes that I can speak to would be, there was a significantly number of unrepresented parties. I think because they didn't have to have an attorney go to hearings for them, which is most cases why they get an attorney. Additionally, there were more incidents of injuries at home because people were working at home, which can be trickier than, a witnessed injury at work, for instance. Other than that, I think the matters were essentially the same. The hearing numbers were the same. But it's something I think the commission should always be proud of, that we really didn't miss a beat.
And just as a follow-up, for example, with our committee right now, today, we have a blended system now. We have people here in person, but we also have people at a distance using the Zoom technology. And then that technology probably was there a lot longer than we realized, but then all of a sudden the pandemic sort of speeded up our utilization of it. You said that people were able to access telephonically, got some of those bandwidth glitches worked out. Do you see going forward, and I guess the term is the new normal, but that some of the things that made the workers' compensation system more accessible, especially to pro se's, that you will continue moving forward with a, for lack of a better term, a blended system, or do you envision going back to the more formalistic in-person system and not have that ability to have people access it from afar?
We have in fact gone back to in-person. And once we were in the reopening stage, at a judges meeting, I asked the judges, and it was pretty much unanimous that they all agreed that it's much more efficient for us. It's much more productive to have in-person hearings than telephonic. So I don't anticipate that we'll be doing things remotely. I think all the judges are now probably a bit more accepting of phone hearings when they're necessary, but because of the experience they had doing them. But we'll continue operating in person.
And I guess just this one last follow-up. Why was that the case? Why, while it was more, while the accessibility was probably beneficial to the claimants and the pro se folks, reverting back to an in-person system, you had indicated that the administrative law judges, formerly workers' compensation commissioners, felt that it's more efficient to go back to the old style. And I'm just wondering what was lost by having that distance component as far as your observations.
Well, one of the things that was lost or would be lost eventually is one of the very reasons we were able to switch to telephonic and Teams trials so quickly. And that is that the workers' comp bar is a very close-knit bar. They work very well together. And that's from being in the districts and, commingling with their adversaries or with the other lawyers. I think over time, some of that would have been lost. But as to getting things done, when you're sitting at the table with the parties, you're just able to assess things differently. The exchange of there's an awful lot of exchange of paper, medical reports, et cetera. That's lost somewhat remotely. So it just works better.
Well, thank you for those observations. I know that within this building, we grapple with those issues also. In many respects, it's easier for folks if they're especially far away from Hartford to use the Zoom technology, but I think there's an advantage to being here in person as well. You can learn a lot just from walking from one hearing room to another and talking to a lot of people as opposed to a formalized Zoom meeting, which takes preparation and is more formalistic and can't really tap in. Certainly the exchange of documents is facilitated in person as opposed to otherwise. And also I have found that the workers' compensation system, and I only did a couple decades ago, but I think it benefits from the lack of very strict rules of evidence. I'm not saying it's less able to get to the truth of a matter, but I think that trying to get to a just result without what is perceived in that system as overly burdensome rules of practice, I think is benefited. And like you said, the collegiality, we'll say, between both sides of the Bar Association is probably facilitated by grouping cases together and having the people actually there. So congratulations on your renomination and your continued chairmanship of the system. And I think it's a system where I get very few complaints or concerns raised by my constituents. And that's a testament not only to yourself, but to everyone in the system. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Vice Chairman Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chairman Morelli, congratulations on your reappointment. And I'll echo a lot of what the ranking member had to say. Workers' comp should be commended for how quickly they adapted to the pandemic. And as you indicated, it was 2 days and a phone system was up and running, and it just worked almost flawlessly going forward until we were able to be back in person. So I think you all deserve a tremendous amount of credit for that, because at least on the workers' compensation side, justice was not delayed. You guys did it right. Going forward, certainly looking at this as a claimant's attorney, on our side of the bar, I think there was more of an advantage to remote capabilities and being able to call in rather than come in. So is there any thought of allowing any sort of phone system to continue going forward?
It's certainly something that I think about, and I can tell you that I received almost exclusively calls to continue doing it remotely from claimants attorneys, and almost exclusively calls to do it in person by respondents attorneys. I think you can figure out the reasons for that.
Basically one.
But the ability to sit at the table, assess credibility of the parties, et cetera, can't be replaced remotely. And the exchange of documents, it just doesn't work as well. And the lawyers like yourself, as Senator Kissel pointed out, the collegial nature of working together. It's amazing how much work the lawyers get done in the waiting room, waiting for their hearing. And that's lost remotely.
Looking at the pandemic in general, did you see a massive increase in the number of COVID claims filed for collecting workers' compensation benefits?
No.
Okay. Have any of the COVID claims had a formal hearing that you're aware of?
I don't think there has been a formal hearing on a COVID claim.
And, you know, just thinking about it, I think that the long haul cases would probably be the ones that would most likely have a formal hearing, just because of the amount of time that the person was not able to work, and then getting the causal connection language going forward.
I think what's important to keep in mind regarding the COVID claims was that the overwhelming majority of them were paid. The hospitals, the respondent parties, employers really stepped up to the plate and paid a lot of COVID claims without prejudice. And so that resulted in not too very many of them being litigated at all, to be honest with you.
Okay. Any statutory changes that you would like to see going forward in the workers' compensation statutes? Any areas that we should be addressing?
Not at the moment.
Okay. All right. Well, again, thank you very much for your leadership during the pandemic, and to all our workers' compensation administrative law judges for making the system work. And again, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you, Representative Quinn.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman Morelli, I would again like to echo what was said by Representative Quinn and our ranking member about getting the commission working quickly and effectively during COVID. As a fellow claimants attorney, your staff and the judges set us at ease because there was an awful lot of fear what would happen to the claimants if we couldn't get stipulations or agreements worked out, what would happen to the staff of all the offices, and what would happen to the system if we were down for weeks or months. And with getting everyone up quickly, claimants were able to continue to get their benefits, insurance and business still got their rights to defend, and staff was able to continue to work. And I know it was very difficult. It was probably a lot of many long nights, a lot of difficulty for the judges to learn all of our cell phone numbers, and get those sheets next to each other to figure out who at what office is doing what hearing when, and a lot of coordination from staff up and down your offices. So it's well appreciated that we all were able to work so easily. I've noticed, I think a lot of us noticed during COVID, there was the claims tend to lag behind events. Is that clear in workers' comp that initially we didn't have a lot of COVID claims, and then COVID claims started and most got resolved quickly and efficiently. Have you seen in the commission the rise of claims now that folks are back to physical work?
There's not a tremendous uptick that I have seen, no.
Good. There's not an uptake and backlog. I know years before sometimes there'd be backlogs. So I think are all the districts up, no backlogs in the districts?
Yes,
That's great.
all the districts are 28 days or less, the first hearing, which is where we've always wanted to be. So
And how are you staffed? Do you have staff needs that need to be met?
certainly, like all state agencies, we've had some attrition due to retirement. And I think that's one of the challenges we have going forward. At one point in the distant past, long before me, there were north of 200 employees on the commission. Now we're at, I believe, 96, not counting judges. So we're running really, really lean.
And I believe you have many positions open for hiring.
Yeah.
Is there anything that we can do, the state can do, or DAS can do to help get those folks hired quickly to alleviate the staffing needs?
If you can figure out how to do that, that would be greatly appreciated.
Okay. I've also noticed recently on the website, there's a few more Spanish forms. And I've noticed that although as a claims attorney, it is certainly nice when people need attorneys. Could the 30C be translated in Spanish possibly to help folks be able to file easier and quicker?
I think that's something we can do.
Thank you.
We are actually in the process of getting many of our administrative forms to be able to be submitted electronically. We're working with BITS to do that. We're probably a year, maybe 2 years out from being able to do that, which would be catching up with the rest of the world, frankly. So that's our goal, to have more electronic, a greater ability to submit forms electronically, particularly the administrative forms. And in terms of a 30C translation, we can get that done, I think, fairly easily.
Thank you. And to build on what Senator Kissel said, and I know you mentioned a lot of work does get done in the attorney waiting room or in the waiting room for claimants and respondents attorneys. That was missed on the phones and the phone hearings, because while we're waiting for our hearings, or a respondent's attorney could have 10 or 15 hearings that morning, and that exchange, the physical exchange of paper, the reading of the paper before your hearing, if there's a new document, that was lost a lot on the virtual. And while it, of course, is more convenient, and I'm glad that some of my colleagues can be on the screen today a little more conveniently if they have a busy morning, with the commission, I think it does work best when we're all in person.
I agree, obviously. And I was very concerned about losing the camaraderie between that has developed over the years between not just the attorneys between themselves, but also the attorneys and the judges by doing it remotely, because I think that's the reason why we were able to do it remotely so quickly and easily and efficiently.
Thank you. And congratulations
So
on your
thanks to
reappointment.
all of you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative Fishbein. Oh, you know what? Yeah, let's do that. Representative Fishbein and then Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Your Honor. Nice to see you. Congratulations on your renomination. I just wanted to ask some questions about looking at the backup. A couple of things. Your just an area of inquiry. It indicates that you were licensed to practice not only in Connecticut but California also since 1991, and you maintain that. Is there a particular reason in your area of practice or something that you continue to maintain that?
My membership to the California Bar, is that what you're speaking of?
Yes, sir.
Well, first of all, it's a very tough bar exam, and they have an inactive status, so it's not particularly expensive to keep it.
Okay, understandable. That's just popped out. The other thing is in section
Okay, so-
5, section 5 of the backup. It asks about the number of hearings that your office handled in the last fiscal year. And the answer there was 34. When I compare that to the others, that number is significantly lower. And what is the reason for that?
I'm not sure what you're referring to when you're indicating 34.
Okay, it's the backup that we were given for today. Section 5 for reappointments only. And it's question 25. And the question is, how many hearings did your office handle in the last fiscal year? And someone inserted the number 34 in there. This is a document that I believe you signed at the end.
I understand what you're talking about now. That's referring to me specifically, and that's the Compensation Review Board, which is our appellate hearings. So when a administrative law judge in a district issues a decision, it gets appealed first to the Compensation Review Board. And if the parties aren't happy with the decision from CRB, they then proceed to the appellate court and or Supreme Court, as the case may be. But I believe that's what we're referring to, Compensation Review Board hearings.
Okay. So your role as an administrative law judge is review of the decisions of other administrative law judges. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is. It's a 3-judge panel, and it's me and 2 other judges, and they rotate yearly. So it's a 3.
Okay.
That's how workers' comp decisions are appealed to the Compensation Review Board, which consists of the chairman and 2 judges that serve for 1-year terms.
Okay, so then going back to the backup, the next question on the questionnaire says, of those hearings, how many were resolved? So I would expect that would be a subset of the 34. And it asks you to break it down into informally or formally. And for both answers, you answered NA, which I think would be not applicable, or as opposed to not available. Why is that? I would think that all of those 34 would be resolved formally.
Well, I think the use of informal and formal is attributed to what goes on in the districts. We have informal hearings, pre-formal hearings, formal hearings. Most workers' comp matters are worked out at the informal level. Compensation Review Board, you have 1 hearing, and that's the day you come in to argue your case, like any other appellate argument.
Yeah, no, I understand, and that's why it brought the question to me why you would put NA for formally, because I think all 34 of those reviews that you indicated in line 25, you would also say 34 in line 26. So I'm just trying to put the two together.
It probably should say 34 in hindsight. What I can tell you is that once a party files for an appeal with CRB, we don't work with the parties to try and resolve the matter. Oftentimes the matter is resolved via settlement and they withdraw their appeal. But unlike in the districts, there's no, reaching out to the parties to try and see if we can come to some agreement. It just doesn't fit into how the appellate process works. So
Yeah,
I think probably it should have said 34.
okay. Yeah, I agree. And that's why the two didn't make sense to me. And I appreciate your answers. And once again, congratulations on your renomination. And I will echo the statements of my colleagues. You're probably the one administrative agency of the state of Connecticut that I didn't get one complaint about during the pandemic. So that's a credit to your work and your leadership in this area. So thank you once again.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that comment.
Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Honorable Morelli.
Thank you.
Glad to see you before us today. My question was actually asked, so I will just congratulate you on your renomination and also echo the sentiments of congratulating you all at Workers' Comp on the great job that you did during that pandemic. It was critically important, especially from what I heard from my constituents. So not just thank you on behalf of myself, but also on behalf of my constituents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and I will certainly pass that on to my entire organization because all the credit goes to them, honestly.
Further questions or comments? Representative Beach.
I just wanted to congratulate you, Judge, on your reappointment. Being a Berlin resident myself and one of our constituents, congratulations. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your hard work.
Nice to see you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, Judge Morelli, I want to associate myself with the remarks of my colleagues here on the panel today. Thank you for all your hard work. And the one thing I don't think that has been mentioned is, often when we're looking at Superior Court judges, we talk about judicial decorum or robitis. And I think it is clear in the half-hour questions you've gotten this morning that you're the last person we have to worry about suffering from that. Your humility, your ability to give recognition to your staff, and to the fellow judges you work with, I think is a testament to you and to the system. So congratulations on your renomination and what I'm sure will be a smooth reconfirmation.
Thank you. They're very kind comments and I appreciate them.
Next up, we'll hear from Carolyn Colangelo. You might raise your, if you could remain standing and raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or on a penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great.
Thank you.
Have a seat, and if you have an opening statement, feel free to give it.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Safstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Carolyn Colangelo. It is an honor and a privilege to be nominated by Governor Lamont to serve a second term as an administrative law judge in the Workers' Compensation Commission. I would also like to thank the advisory board for their unanimous recommendation for my reappointment. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the chairman, Stephen Morelli, for his support and leadership over the last 4 years for the reasons that were addressed during his testimony. I am sincerely grateful for the opportunity to appear before this committee. I am a lifelong Connecticut resident and currently reside in Easton, Connecticut. I am humbled by the possibility of continuing to serve as a public servant for the state of Connecticut. I have had the pleasure and honor of serving as an administrative law judge since May of 2018. I first served in the Waterbury District Office and am currently serving in the New Haven District Office. Both are busy districts. And during this time, I have presided over thousands of informal and pre-formal hearings. I have also presided over many formal hearings and have written numerous decisions, paying due diligence in each to my obligation to apply the law to the facts. Last year, I had the privilege of serving as a member of the Compensation Review Board, the appellate board within the Workers' Compensation Commission. The thing that I enjoy most about serving as an administrative law judge is the opportunity to guide and work with parties in an effort to resolve issues. I try very hard to see that matters are resolved in an expedient fashion while striving to ensure that all resolutions are just and appropriate and in full accordance with the Workers' Compensation Act. Thank you again for the opportunity to appear before you and speak. I respectfully request your recommendation and an affirmative vote on my reappointment, and I welcome any questions I have.
Questions from the committee? Representative O'Day.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just real quick, I see that I heard that you've now worked in a couple different areas. Have you refused any assignments because of location? In other words, you're willing to work anywhere assigned?
Yes, where we serve is at the discretion of the chairman.
And you willing to work at least 9 to 5 when assigned?
Yes.
All right. And my robotus question I get a chance to ask from the previous candidate. How would you assure us, and I've heard nothing but good things. So I think I know the answer to this, but how would you assure the members of this committee that you would not suffer from robitis for getting from where you came?
It's just not in my nature.
Right. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Fishbein.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge, and congratulations on your renomination. Judge, I just wanted to ask you about in your backup, section 5. You may have heard when I was asking Judge Morelli about this. Line 25, you said that the question being, how many hearings did your office handle in the last fiscal year? And then you gave 2 sets of numbers, 6,201. And then you said, open parentheses, 9,561 files, close parentheses. Can you just explain that answer?
Certainly. So in many instances, there are claimants who have multiple claims. And in some situations, the parties can agree to enter into a full and final settlement of all of their claims. In that case, the respondents will want to close out all matters. So if a hearing is requested on the topic of settlement, then all files are linked so that the sitting judge has the opportunity to evaluate whether the proposed settlement is fair and in accordance with the Workers' Compensation Act in all respects. So those are the 2 sets of numbers. The 9,561 files would be the linked files, and the 6,201 would basically be the number of hearings. And those were provided to us by the chairman's office because they're tracked by the chairman's office.
Okay, so then in line 26, it asks, and I had asked Chairman Morelli about this also, of those hearings, how many were resolved? And then it asks for informally and formally. And the answer to that was not tracked.
So
And,
in light of the conversation with Chairman Morelli, I think the answer to 26 likely should have been all were resolved informally, because the number of formal hearings is listed on the I put an asterisk there and it indicates 82 formals. So those would be the equivalent of trials within our system. I don't know if that answers your question.
no, I'm trying to digest your answer in conjunction with what I'm looking at, and it is helpful.
Would you like me to expound upon that?
Yeah, if you think that would, yeah, a little bit, yes, because I do see that line down the bottom with the asterisk that says there were 6,914 informals, 1,771 pre-formals, 82 formals, 5 SCAR awards, and 789 stipulations. So I'm trying to work those numbers in together with what I see up as the total.
Sure. So in the workers' compensation system, the equivalent of the civil system, which would be sort of a status conference, is an informal hearing. A pre-formal hearing is the equivalent in the civil system of a pretrial, which is basically a preparatory hearing for a formal hearing. And in the workers' compensation system, formal hearings are the equivalent of trials in the civil system.
Okay, thank you for that. And then, yeah, because I guess this is just a general form that applies more to Superior Court judges, and perhaps there should be a different one. We heard about appeals through Judge Morelli, and something that, for whatever reason, isn't part of this questionnaire. Have you been overturned during the last year on any of your decisions?
So several of my decisions went up to the Compensation Review Board, and I was affirmed at that level. I think there may be one pending at the appellate court, but it's not yet been decided.
Okay, so because I think we need to be careful if we do have judges out there that are, being overturned by a higher court. I think that would be an important part of inquiry, but I'm to understand that you have been affirmed on all of those occasions, and perhaps there's one that's outstanding.
Yes, I was affirmed by the CRB board on all of the decisions that went before them. And there is one case, I believe, that what the CRB decision was appealed to the appellate court. And I believe that's still pending, although I have not, it's definitely not been decided, but I haven't checked to see if the parties have resolved the matter.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, thank you. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Vice Chairman Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Judge Colangelo, congratulations on your renomination. For the time that you've been doing this, are there any frustrations that you have with the job, not necessarily with the job itself, but how it functions, or anything that you'd like to see changed?
I would not say frustration. I would say that my focus is to see that matters are resolved in an expedient fashion, because that was the purpose of the workers' compensation legislation. And I've done in private practice, or prior to becoming an administrative law judge, I served in private practice and also worked for a municipality. So I've done workers' compensation from both sides. And I think whether you are a claimant or a respondent, it is important that matters move expeditiously.
What about what oftentimes ends up being delays in authorizations for medical treatment, whether it be that the reports haven't been done, or there's been a delay in getting another opinion to counter whatever the pending opinion is?
I think much to the annoyance of my staff, I schedule things on a quick turnaround, sometimes 2 weeks, and I move things to a formal hearing rather quickly if there are matters that are sitting.
Thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you so much.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or Representative Dubitsky?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Judge, for coming in. Just one question. I'm not sure. I don't have your documents in front of me, but did I hear you say you're from Eastern Connecticut or from Easton, Connecticut?
Sorry, Easton, Connecticut.
Okay, thank you. It just would seem like an awful long drive to go from Eastern Connecticut to where you're currently sitting. So thank you very much. That was my only question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, Judge Colangelo, congratulations on your renomination. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Next up will be Daniel Dilzer of Berlin. You could raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Have a seat and
Thank
whenever you're ready.
Matt? Okay, thank you. Good morning, Chairman Winfield, Representative Stats from Representative Fishbein and Senator Kissel, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. It's a pleasure to be here today before you and to discuss my nomination for a fourth term as a Workers' Compensation Administrative Law Judge. I want to thank Governor Lamont for the trust he's shown in me with this nomination and the Workers' Compensation Advisory Committee for their unanimous recommendation for renomination. I was first before this committee in 2008. Over the years, I presided over thousands of informal and pre-formal hearings and issued numerous written decisions following formal hearings. I've also had the opportunity to sit for 3 one-year terms and also as an alternate numerous times on the Compensation Review Board to educate appeals in the Workers' Compensation Forum. Every day, I strive to ensure that all the parties are treated fairly and respectfully and in an efficient manner as possible without any necessary delay in the proceedings. I've worked in private practice for many years before I was appointed. I am very sensitive to the pressures of the lawyers who appear before me, who have to juggle a very busy schedule. I've also worked to accommodate the schedule of the lawyers and the claims who appear before me on many times. Being an administrative law judge has been a very rewarding experience for me. I get great satisfaction in resolving disputes between parties and bringing them together. There are some cases that simply can't be resolved by an agreement, and the parties at that point have to have a formal hearing. At that time, I try to be as fair and objective as I possibly can. I currently reside with my wife of 33 years, Hiba, who works for the Department of Revenue Services, our daughter Maya, who currently resides with us. She's a second-year teacher in the Hartford school system. And my son, Jeremy, lives in New York City and works there. Over the years, I've at various times served in the Middletown, Norwich, Hartford, New Britain district offices, sometimes more than once because we get transferred around every few years. And over the years, I've been requested to and have participated as a speaker at many seminars sponsored by the Workers' Compensation section of the Bar Association. I'm also currently an alternate on the Judicial Review Council. Besides my job, obviously, I'm active in my community and serve on the board of directors of the Meriden, New Britain, and Berlin YMCA, and participate in the fundraising and the various subcommittees associated with that. And actually, I'm pretty proud of over the years, my family's been very helpful to many immigrant families in the community, helping them find housing, jobs, accessing community resources and that sort of thing. I recognize it's an honor and truly a privilege to serve as a Workers' Compensation Administrative Law Judge. I'm genuinely grateful to have had the opportunity to serve for the past 15 years. I would respectfully request your recommendation and an affirmative vote on my reappointment and appreciate your attention and welcome any questions you may have.
Representative Fishbein.
Mr. Chairman, good morning, Judge. Congratulations on your renomination. Judge, did you used to practice family law in New Britain in like the 2001?
Probably,
area?
yeah, around that time, definitely.
Yeah, okay, your name rings a bell. I was the family clerk back then, and
Oh, okay.
I remember you were always very very gracious and polite back then, and that carries on, it appears, to today. So nice to see you again. Once again, I'm looking at what you've been doing for the last fiscal year, and the backup line 25 asks about hearings that your office handled, and your answer, it appears to be 6,017 district, and then you said I handled 3,624. So
I can explain.
yeah, absolutely, sure.
Okay, so each district is assigned 2 judges. So the total number for the district was 6,017 for the year, informal, pre-formal, and formal hearings. I handled 3,624 of those. If you go to line 26, of the total hearings, the district total was 5,961 for informal and pre-formal hearings. Of those, I handled 3,587. The formal hearings are the trials, as Judge Colangelo explained. That's where we block off time. Witnesses are presented, testimonies presented, documents are presented. Our district did 56 that year, of which 37 I personally handled. So that's how the numbers are broken down.
And then on the next line is basically a 50-50 between employer and claimant. So
Right, and if you, those two would, well, I didn't do the math, but yeah, they add up to 37, which is what I handled of the formal hearings.
all the puzzle pieces work together. Very impressive on the 18.77 days also. I think that I don't know that I've seen a speedier time for resolution. So I appreciate that. And once again, congratulations on your renomination. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very much.
Further questions or comments? Representative Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and congratulations, Honorable Dice, on your renomination.
Thank you, ma'am.
There is one question that caught me off guard. Number 8.
Number 8.
Yes. Have you ever been arrested? And you
Yes.
said yes.
I was, yes.
This was back in 2008, and I know
Correct.
that the case was nullied.
Nolly, yes.
Upon review of the results, could you tell me what the results were? Tell us.
They were below, I was charged with DUI. I went to the police station. The results were below the legal limit. When you do a breath test,
Yes.
I didn't even have to go to court.
Okay. I just need to get that on the record.
Oh,
Thank you.
it's incredibly embarrassing to even put myself in that position, to be honest with you.
All right. Well, I thank you for clarifying that because that was brought to my attention.
Yes.
And the question was, what were the results? So you were under the limit
Yes, ma'am.
and you were not charged and you
Well, I
didn't
was
even.
officially charged, but they dropped the case when they got the results back.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification
Yes, ma'am.
and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments? Representative Each.
Nice to see you, Judge.
Thank you. See you, Representative Beach.
I just wanted to mention how appreciative we are. I see a slew of memberships, chair positions, and we really appreciate everything that you do in our community. And I'd be remiss in not, reaching out and saying thank you very much and congratulations on your appointment. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Judge Dilzer, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
I'll ask the same question I asked Judge Colangelo. I mean, any frustrations that you have, things that you would like to see changed in the system based on the years that you've been handling these types of cases?
I think it's very difficult to make everybody happy all the time. I think, unfortunately, there are trade-offs in everything we do. And I think the way it's balanced with the time that we get things done, the time we have for hearings, the process we have, it's been around for 100 years and it's been tweaked a lot of times. I think it's as efficient as we can be while being sensitive to the needs of all the people preparing before us.
Okay.
Not every case is perfect, not every result, would be ideal, but I think in the mean, I think we're taking care of people very well.
Okay. Yep, I have no quibbles with that. So again, congratulations, and looking forward to being in front of you again.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? Representative Conley.
I just had a brief following up on a question that was asked by one of my colleagues about the amount of hearings. Where you sit in New Britain, do you have a part-time second judge?
Yes, and we also have somebody come in per diem on top of that.
So the New Britain split, you're the full-time judge at New Britain, and
Correct.
then there's another judge who splits time between New Britain and Norwich right now.
Correct.
So full-time, you're hearing more of the cases because you're
Yes.
there more of the time. Thank you.
Further questions? Seeing none, congratulations on your
Thank you very
renomination.
much.
All right, next up is Maureen Driscoll. Driscoll, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm as the case may be, the information provided this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or on a penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. All right, let's jump right in because I got about 3 hours of questions while I got you under oath. No, just kidding.
Only 3. I was expecting more.
Go ahead with that opening statement.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Chairman Winfield, Ranking Member Senator Kissel, and Representative Fishbein, as well as distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Maureen Driscoll, and it is an honor and privilege to be nominated by Governor Ned Lamont and to appear before you today to speak of my desire to continue to serve as a workers' compensation administrative law judge. I would like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me for a second term as a workers' compensation administrative law judge. I would also like to thank the Workers' Compensation Advisory Committee for their unanimous recommendation for my renomination. I was appointed in 2018, and since that time, I have presided over thousands of hearings at the district level. During my term, I've also served as a panel member and alternate for our appellate branch, the Compensation Review Board. Under the leadership of Chairman Morelli, our agency remained fully functional throughout COVID at the district level and the appellate level. Throughout the pandemic, we maintained our standard operating procedure, traveling into the office to keep business moving forward, presiding over hearings, and addressing concerns of the parties timely. By way of background, prior to my appointment, I had been a lawyer in Connecticut for 28 years. First, I worked for firms and ultimately I had my own practice. I spent a majority of my time practicing within the workers' compensation field, handling claims in each of the 8 districts. I represented both claimants and respondents. The most poignant part of my career involved addressing the widowers' claims resulting from the tragedy at Sandy Hook and meeting with victims of that workplace violence. I'm a member of the Connecticut Bar Association and have participated as a speaker at seminars sponsored by the Workers' Compensation section of the bar. I was a Bridgeport resident for most of my life, where I held public office many years ago. I now reside in Fairfield with my family. I have truly enjoyed the experience of presiding over claims and believe that my knowledge of the law has helped litigants resolve issues. I'm aware of and sensitive to the emotions which can be associated with workplace injuries. I believe that my prior experience and understanding of the law has enabled me to be a fair, judicious, and dedicated administrative law judge working on behalf of the state of Connecticut. In sum, I am honored and humbled to be nominated to continue to serve as an administrative law judge with the Workers' Compensation Commission. I believe I am well qualified and suited for the position and request an affirmative vote on my reappointment. I welcome any questions that you may have.
Well, any questions? Okay, so questions from the committee. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Judge, and congratulations on renomination. Judge, I wanted to ask you once again, as I have with others, on line 25 of your questionnaire that we got as backup, it asks how many hearings did your office handle in the last fiscal year? And I believe it says 6,201 hearings addressing 9,561 files. Am I reading that correctly?
Correct, yes.
Okay, and then we go to line 26 and it asks about resolution informally and formally. And the answer that you gave to both was data not available. Why was that the answer?
I was reading this, as you mentioned earlier, when you were asking your questions. I thought that these questions were more versed toward the judges with the robes, I'll say. But I mean, I think that's because of how workers' compensation cases are handled and what happens at informal hearings. And I'm just going to read something to you relating to this issue. The Connecticut workers' compensation system is a creature of statute. Unlike its common law counterpart, issues raised in workers' compensation cases are addressed when they arise, which means that one issue from a specific date of loss may be tried or resolved now, and another new issue involving the same claim could be raised and tried a few years from now. While most issues are resolved informally, unresolved issues are the ones that are subject to formal hearings and decisions. While some decisions address the core and sole issue of a case, for example, whether a case is compensable, the other decisions often address specific issues or areas of a dispute about which parties have not reached an agreement. Regardless of whether the decision addresses the merits of the entire claim or the specific certain issues in dispute, The decisions at formal hearings are final, but decisions at informal hearings or recommendations, I should say, are just recommendations. So often issues are resolved at informal hearings, but I'm not sure that we have statistics about that. In terms of formal decisions, I would say I did look back and check the fiscal year. It was about 60-40 in terms of how the decisions were rendered. Maybe 5
Okay.
decisions.
Okay, because when I see data not available, I would think that would be the answer from everyone with regard to that question, and that hasn't been the case. So I'm just trying to figure out, do you call this data yourself, or does somebody fill this out for you, this section?
We were given some data from the chairman's office, but I don't think that it fits into the boxes exactly as they're written.
Okay, all right, well, maybe judicial review can work on cleaning that up, but
Well, Representative Fishbein, if I could, these are our forms. These are the Judiciary Committee's forms that we put together. So I think we could certainly nominate you to chair the subcommittee to update our forms that are not to your satisfaction.
I will gladly take on that task. Moving forward from there, Judge, during the last year, have you had any of your decisions overturned?
No,
Okay, that's fair. Thank you. And once again, congratulations on your renomination, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Judge Driscoll, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
And I'll follow up with the same question I've asked the others. Anything that you would like to see changed in the system, things that could be done differently, or frustrations that you have with how things occur at the moment?
No.
Okay.
All is working fine, I'd say.
All right. Thank you very much. And again, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Chairman Stastrom. Judge Driscoll, I can't believe it's been 5 years since you last sat in the chair. They've flown by, and I'm sure for you as well. But I want to share for my colleagues, Judge Driscoll has a very unique and good skill, as does her colleague, Judge Colangelo, who sits in New Haven, that when we have very complicated cases, you're often willing, and I told another attorney at my office who had a very complicated case with you this week, and they said, will the judge give us the time we need? And the answer was 100%, of course. Of course, you will give them the time they need. And in that case, you set multiple parties up in multiple rooms and continued to your docket so you didn't get behind, and checked in and allowed folks to deal with a complicated which insurance company paid which bills, with all these multiple attorneys trying to figure all that out. And with you and Judge Colangelo and the other judges able to deal with those complicated issues, it allows cases to resolve, claims to receive their funds, and respondents to be able to close their files. So you taking the time to set up the multiple rooms is really helpful to get a lot of business done. So thank you for your work.
I appreciate your kind words.
Other questions or comments? If not, Maureen, good to see you. Congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you. That was a quick 3 hours.
I'll save it for later. Jody Gregg of Stanford will be next. Ma'am, if you might raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
Yes, I do.
Great. If you could have a seat, and whenever you're ready, we'll hear your opening statement.
Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Stafstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and the distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I would also like to thank Governor Lamont for his nomination. I am a proud mother of 2 adult children. I'm an empty nester, and I'm proud not to have to cook dinner every night anymore. Over the past several years, I've enjoyed my public service for the state of Connecticut through working for the commission. I have a strong appreciation for the intimacy of the informal and pre-formal hearings where I hear directly from both parties as we work hard to resolve the pending claims. Currently, I work in the Stamford district where I was born, raised, and currently reside. I will be eternally grateful to be given the opportunity to continue to serve in this capacity for another 5-year term. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, Judge, on your renomination.
Thank you.
As you may surmise, I'm going to go to the backup that we got and review that area with you. Line 25 asks about how many hearings your office handled during the last fiscal year, and the number was 3,252. Now, am I to understand that you're the only judge that's acting out of that office, or are there
At
others?
this time, the other judge, Judge Cohen, retired earlier this year, and she serves on a part-time basis.
Okay, so when you say earlier this year, we're in 2023, so
I'm
that would
sorry,
have been
2022.
okay. So for the balance of the last year, you've been the only judge serving at that particular office.
That's correct.
Okay. And then it asks, we talked a lot about this informally, formally, that kind of thing. And that area was left blank. But then when I go to the end of your questionnaire, I believe that's where you inserted the answer, and you said informally in excess of 90%, formally less than 10%. How did you get those numbers?
Those numbers were provided to me through the chairman's office.
Okay. And then you said with regard to those decided for the employer or for the claimant, you said cases are not tracked in this manner because every case generally has multiple components and very few cases are limited to a single issue. And I do respect that, that answer. However, others did fill in that section. So am I to understand that your particular cases were peculiar to your office, or I'm just looking for some consistency, and it doesn't appear there's a lot of, and I'm not faulting you. I'm just trying to figure out where these answers are coming from.
Attorney Driscoll, I believe, had addressed that question, that some of the issues are handled informally. They may have several different files and different issues, and they may move to the pre-formal stage. So with workers' comp, we really can't say if the cases don't just resolve in one session. It's sort of fluid, the cases, so it's hard to say when something resolves and when it doesn't, because some issues may resolve, but they may still have others pending.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then when we talk about the average time, the question is the average time for your office from the receipt of the claim to the first informal. And your answer was 31.65 days. And then you go on to say that Stamford has a longer time for the scheduling of first time hearings due to the parties choosing to have their hearings held in the New Milford satellite location. Can you just explain the delay and whether people are notified that there's going to be a longer time if they choose the satellite location?
I'm not too sure if they're notified, because that would be what the administration handles. But generally, the New Milford district is a satellite office that serves the northwestern part of the state, so that the people from, say, Danbury, Litchfield area do not have to travel all the way to Stamford for their hearing. So a lot of claimants choose that option. So that's what the lag time is, but also because we're only operating with one judge at this time.
Okay, so it has more to do with staffing than location. Is that fair to say?
I would say that it's both.
Okay, all right, well, thank you. I'm learning a lot this morning, so Once again, congratulations on your renomination and have a good day.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? Seeing none, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Being with us. Next up will be David Schoolcraft. You might raise your right hand for me, sir. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat, and whenever you're ready, we'll take your opening statement.
Senator Winfield, Representative Stratham, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, distinguished members of this committee. Good morning, and I want to start by saying it's an honor to be here, appearing for you again. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to the governor for nominating me for a fourth term on the Workers' Compensation Commission. By way of background, I grew up in Groton, where my father had retired from the Navy and opened some small businesses, auto parts store, gas station, and I grew up working in those businesses. I went to the University of Connecticut, where I graduated in 1980, and my first career was as a newspaper reporter, where I was covering the courts and developed an interest in the law. So I went to law school, and I got my law degree in 1985, and I joined the Connecticut bar at that time. My first legal job was as a workers' compensation lawyer out of Willimantic. For the next 22 years, workers' compensation was the lion's share of my practice prior to being appointed here. I should point out that I live in Hebron with my wife, Deborah, who was also a lawyer, who then became a school teacher, and she is now a retired school teacher. We have one adult daughter, Kate, who lives in Boston, where she's involved in research on neuroscience, diseases of the brain. And I've lived in Hebron since 1991 and served on, prior to my appointment here, served on a variety of boards and commissions, including a term as the chairman of the Board of Selectmen. And after that, when I had to give up those positions because of my appointment here, I joined the fire department, and I was a volunteer EMT for 10 years. As I said, my first job out of law school was as a workers' comp lawyer, and that has always been the lion's share of my practice. I did other types of litigation, personal injury, defense, contracts, that sort of thing. But for 37 years now, including the time I practiced and the time I've been on this commission the past 15 years, I have to say even now, there's hardly a week that goes by when some new medical issue that I haven't heard of before, or some legal question arises for which there is no precedent, no clear-cut answer. It's surprising after 100 years, you would think that wouldn't be true anymore, but it absolutely is. And that's part of the reason why I find this work so interesting and challenging. Also, it is a rewarding position in the sense that you can help people from time to time. You can't always help them, but that is an important reward of the job. It's very demanding but rewarding work, and work that I would like to continue, if you would allow that. I would just point out that I've been sitting in the Middletown district for a number of years now, where in addition to the regular cases that we all handle, all of the state's asbestos cases are consolidated in Middletown, and I handle that asbestos docket, which has some unique aspects to it that I'm happy to talk about if you have any questions about it. But in closing, I would like to thank the members of this committee for hearing me out and for considering my renomination. And again, to thank the governor for confidence he has shown in submitting my name. I'll be happy to answer any questions
questions from the committee? Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, sir. Congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Looking at, once again, line 25, it indicates how many hearings your office handled in the last year. The answer was 8,062. Am I to understand you're the only one sitting in Middletown, or is there more than one judge sitting there?
No, I sit in that district with Commissioner Judge Milnarchik. So there's two of us in that district.
Okay, so that's the total that the office did, but I would expect there's a certain subset of those that you handled. Do you know that you handled those?
I don't know what it is, but I can tell you that just because of the asbestos docket, it would probably be less than half, certainly be less than half. Because that includes most of those numbers. In fact, I think all of those numbers are informal hearings or pre-formal hearings. The asbestos docket, which takes up a week of every month at a minimum. And that is the mornings, their hearings, the asbestos cases can involve up to 30 parties. So it's sometimes a bit of a zoo, but each of those hearings is allocated, those pre-formal hearings is allocated a half an hour. And the afternoons are left open for trials of the asbestos cases. So there's at least 1 week a month where the number of hearings I do is dramatically lower than Judge Milnarchik would do. So the number is almost certainly not evenly divided.
Sure, but you're sort of sitting in complex litigation for workers' comp matters.
Right, which means just numerically, I can only handle so many of the cases.
Yeah, if you could just, I try to learn every day, right? And I've learned a lot today. Why would there be in a workers' comp case upwards of 30 different individuals involved? You would think in a
that's a good question. The asbestos docket is an occupational disease docket, and most of these injured workers were exposed some as far back as the 1950s. And because an occupational disease is cumulative over time, you need to get to the table every employer or the insurer for various employers so that they have their due process rights protected. And also because, frankly, if you don't get everybody at the table, you don't get a settlement. And the goal in most of these cases, particularly since most of these claimants are on the older side, shall we say, settlement is usually the goal. And so just gathering, finding out where a person worked in 1967, and then determining who the insurer was, and sometimes there's more than one insurer for each employer. It's a very time-consuming task. And you asked earlier, someone asked about whether or not we can continue to do hearings virtually. I will say, because of the number of parties involved in the asbestos docket, I still conduct the asbestos pre-formals. I run a Teams meeting simultaneously with the in-person meeting, so that there are a lot of people who will attend, and it keeps the numbers of lawyers in the room down because they may be there for 2 cases, another lawyer may be there for 5 cases, and they may, be sitting around for a long time. So for the time being, I've continued, with the blessing of the chairman, continued doing Teams meetings during the asbestos week. But that you just need all of these parties at the table if you're going to get any kind of resolution. So that's why there are so many of them.
Okay, understandable.
Sorry.
No, I appreciate all of that. So, and thank you once again. And once again, congratulations on your renomination. So thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? Seeing, Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations, Judge Schoolcraft, on your renomination. The fun fact of him living in Hebron is that he actually owns the house that my aunt and uncle used to own. So I spent a lot of time there as a child in the late 70s and early 80s. So it's just a unique connection that we have over the house.
I found your bicycle. I can bring that back.
I think I also hid some money in the walls. If we happen to
Have not found
stumble
that.
across that too. Given, obviously the asbestos docket presents its own unique set of challenges, but same question I've asked the others. Any frustrations, things you'd like to see changed, things that attorneys could do better, that sort of thing.
Well, I do think that parties could communicate more in advance. During one of the reasons that I personally was eager to get back to live hearings was at the beginning of COVID, lawyers were making a very concerted effort to work things out in advance and communicate in advance so that when you sat down on the phone, the parties had already exchanged records and things. As with anything, that began to fade towards the end. So it was getting towards the end, in my personal experience, it was getting more difficult to do hearings by telephone. So you can always hope that there'd be more communication in advance of the hearings. But I think the biggest frustration I have is one I don't know that you can help with, and that is the lack of physicians. To use the asbestos docket as an example, the number of pulmonologists who are willing to do workers' compensation is now almost non-existent. The number of neurologists, it's very difficult to find a neurologist. And I think the worst of all is trying to find a psychiatrist or a psychologist to treat a patient under workers' compensation is, it's getting to the point where I think it's almost a crisis. And again, I don't think there's anything you can do about that, but that is the source of my biggest frustration.
Yeah, and I would agree with you on that too, particularly having had clients with psychiatric claims that really there just isn't anybody who wants to do it. You know, I mean, the plus side of workers' compensation is that generally the reimbursement rates are better than what you would get from a health insurance carrier, but you certainly can't force people to take workers' compensation cases. And even the ones that do it, because we are so report driven in everything that we do, I know that drives some physicians away from doing workers' compensation because they don't want to submit the detailed reports that we need or respond to the letters that we have to send.
It is a problem. I don't know what the solution is. To a certain degree, I think we have to find a better way to make physicians understand that one of the reasons workers' compensation pays the doctors better is because they're going to have to write an occasional report. Again, I don't have an immediate solution. You asked what the frustration was, and that's it for me.
Well, perhaps we can tack it on to the proposed legislation of making people vote. We can make doctors handle workers' compensation claims, tongue in cheek. But again, congratulations on your renomination, and look forward to working with you for the next 5 years.
Thank you very much.
Further questions or comments? Representative Conley.
Thank you, Judge Schoolcraft. I think you bring up the hybrid hearings in the asbestos dock. It's important that everyone sees and hears. And I believe it was probably the first hearing where a lot of the bar got COVID happened to be an asbestos hearing right before we all shut down. That one of the members had a scare and had to inform 30 folks or 30 offices that he had a COVID exposure. So that alone is reason enough to have the hybrid hearings so that we don't have 30 offices in the same room.
Well, they
being
didn't inform me. So this is, tell me who it is.
I'll tell you who it is, because
Off the record.
because we got it from him. So in noting that, that is the reason why the phone hearings didn't work for the asbestos docket, right?
Well, yes. I mean, first of all, we didn't have the capacity. As I said, in some of these cases, you may have at any given time up to 15 lawyers. I said 30 parties, but that doesn't mean that each one is represented by some of the lawyers represent more than one party. But if you've got 15 lawyers, trying to do that by telephone is impossible. We simply didn't have enough lines to do that. So we instituted doing them by teams, and that worked out pretty well. Part of the problem is that doing it as a hybrid it comes back to what we talked about before. They're better at on the asbestos docket at exchanging information electronically. In fact, most medical reports are transferred that way, and often emails are going back and forth even during the hearing. So it works pretty well there, but it does not work nearly as well when you have a pro se claimant who doesn't have access to a computer, for example. And getting, well, you didn't really ask about the telephones conversations, so I will drop it there.
But I would assume with all those respondents, councils, or insurance companies, representatives being there, the pro se claim on the asbestos with one person, one pro se versus 15 or 20 attorneys is possibly not the best phone conversation.
Well, I've only had one pro se claim it, and well, I think you're representing her now, so that's on the asbestos docket. That doesn't happen.
And I would let everyone know the diligence that you provide to those claims, because again, getting all those insurance companies, people knowing where they worked for over 50 years, and then your office and the chairman's office getting that insurance information as to who insured which party for possibly 50 years is an awful lot of work. And that's why those claims do take a little bit longer than your traditional traumatic injury claim, because getting those parties in the room at the same time is the first hurdle, and it does take a few months to get there. So I appreciate your diligence on those matters.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? Seeing none. Congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you very much.
Next up will be William Watson. Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat, and whenever you're ready, we'll hear your opening statement.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I'd like to thank Governor Lamont for submitting my name to this committee for reconsideration for reappointment as an administrative law judge for the Workers' Compensation Commission. I'd also like to thank the advisory board for submitting my name as a unanimous recommendation for reappointment. By way of background, I am born and raised in New Britain, Connecticut. I'm a UConn graduate from 1994, graduated from the Quinnipiac University School of Law in 1998. I currently reside in Berlin. I have 4 children, ages of 20, 18, 15, and 13. I engaged in private practice in 1998 when I was admitted to the bar here in Connecticut. I was fortunate enough to be hired by the state of Connecticut early on in my legal career to be a prosecutor at the state's attorney's office in the Judicial District of New Britain back in the late 1990s, and stayed in that position for approximately 5 years as a prosecutor, where I was able to hone in various litigation skills associated with trying cases and presenting evidence and handling victims advocacy matters. Subsequent to that, I was recruited by a large firm in Hartford, where I engaged in white collar crime defense and other litigation matters, touching on personal injury, workers' compensation, and other general practice matters. Subsequent to that, I was able to start my own law firm back in my hometown in New Britain, where I remained as a partner until I was appointed in this particular capacity. I was appointed in this position back on May 4th of 2018, and have occupied this for the past 5 years. I have sat in various districts, including the New Britain district, the Hartford district, where I currently sit, and Norwich. It's a privilege to come to work every day and work with the participants in this particular system. I've had a tremendous amount of interaction in Superior Court over the years that I practiced in that particular area. And I can say that the lawyers that I'm able to deal with on a daily basis are just fantastic advocates for the claimant side and the respondent side. They're open to any discussion. They are full of knowledge. They are wonderful to speak to and learn from on a daily basis. It is a great privilege that every 15 minutes or so, we get the opportunity to engage in a different set of facts and circumstances with the hearings that are scheduled in front of us. You can handle anywhere from 25 to 35 cases a day, depending on what the circumstances are, and getting to know the litigants and their personal background and the circumstances they face, and trying to bring balance and equity to the system is just something I treasure and would greatly appreciate your consideration for reappointment in this particular position. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Let's start with Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Congratulations on your renomination. You know, that number just sort of boggles my mind. Again, I had indicated earlier to Chairman Morelli, it's been decades since I walked in and did a workers' compensation case. But 25 to 35 in a day, I'm just trying to do the math in my head. And how can you handle that many matters in a day, just to refresh yourself with the facts? I'm just wondering, like, and some of them are going to be longer than others. Just if you could just paint that picture as to what that typical day is like, I'd love to know that.
Sure. I like to go into work early. I'm an early riser. So when I at work, I grab the files that I'm going to be dealing with for the day, the daily docket, and review the files. And then when you become familiar with them over the course of time, because they're in front of you on a regular basis, you can draw from the fact patterns and use your memory to be able to bring issues to light. And I do that just because it allows us to be allows me to be issue focused when the lawyers are presenting information to me. I like to be part of the conversation and not guessing as to where they're going or what they're discussing. So for me, it's the preparation ahead of time. Hartford, where I sit now, is a very busy district, and we quite often will double book files. And it helps, as I said before, with the members of the bar that participate in the system. They're incredibly well prepared, and they're very issue focused as well. So their efforts, and I guess in addition to me reading ahead of time and wanting to be issue specific, really helps move the flow of business, because you close one file, you're immediately moving on to something else. And it's mental gymnastics, but it really allows you to retain a lot of information and be able to apply that to the next series of cases that come up in front of you during the course of a year.
Well, I applaud your work ethic, and I think folks that it might be observing this on TV, they can see that certainly our workers, our administrative law judges that heretofore were workers' compensation commissioners, but the system really serves the people of Connecticut well. Since I have this opportunity, we rarely have you folks before us. One of the workers' compensation cases that I do recall, because it was so odd, at least to me, maybe you guys see this on a daily basis, but I had someone work for a town, was told to take a broom and go on a pavilion roof. And I guess some kids had thrown bottles up there and broken them. So, but it was still a slanted roof. And he drank during lunch, questioned as to how intoxicated he was. But then when he went up on the roof, lo and behold, he came crashing down. And obviously the defense was raised that, you know, this guy was intoxicated, but because there was no safeguards and he was ordered to go up on the roof with a hand broom, I was able to get him compensation for that. So I thought that that was a pretty good result. But I don't know if there's any lesson that can be gleaned from that. But you never know what you're going to find. And I'm sure every day that you run into things, and, you know, ultimately, if the individual can get the medical attention they need and get back to performing services for whomever their employer is, it's a good result. But thank you for your dedication, and thank you very much, Chairman Stafford.
Thank you for your comments.
Further questions or comments, Representative Quinn?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Judge Watson, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Same questions that I've asked the others. Systemic changes that you'd like to see or frequent problems that could be addressed, anything in that nature?
Right now, I think when COVID came through, there seems to be a significant delay with the doctor's offices in responding to medical reports. I'm seeing it more and more. In fact, one of the questions that I asked both the claimant side and respondent side, how are you, how quickly are you getting the medical reports that are necessary to support your case or your defense? And it's becoming longer and longer. There's, where 30 days used to be sort of a standard. Now we're into 60, which really delays the process of getting people benefits, because that's something that it's obviously tied into every medical report and gives the opportunity for causation, and then gives the respondents the opportunities to be able to get independent medical examinations. And the time period is something that has been a little bit difficult. And that's a general complaint or from both the claimant side and the respondent side. Also seeing that it's difficult for us as administrative law judges to schedule commissioners' medical exams in a timely fashion because of the backup that's associated with that. The only other thing I can say is that that impacts the discovery aspect of these cases, which is pertinent to actually getting to a resolution quickly.
Yeah, and I also think part of the problem is the number of doctors' offices that have gone to outside companies to handle medical records and transcription and things like that. We do have a bill proposed to hopefully address some of that issue, but it then is going to become an issue with the number of medical offices that are using outside firms. Where does the fault lie? Is there a delay in them getting the record to the transcriptionist, or is it purely on the transcriptionist side?
I agree with you. The more I've talked to the lawyers that are involved, again, on the claimant and respondent side, that it seems to be the issue. That's these third-party groups and sending it outside the organization, and then the turnaround time that's associated with that. Anything that could tighten that up would ultimately lead to quicker discovery, compliance, and lead to potentially quicker resolution of any outstanding issues on a particular person's case.
And, I'm sure Representative Conley will back me up on this on the claimant side. I mean, one of the things that you quickly learn when you do claimant's work is how many people live paycheck to paycheck. And once there is any disruption to that, and it does frequently happen, particularly with people who are on repetitive pay, and, a holiday always follows that up as well. So
it's frightening when litigants do come to our hearings and they're expressing just how difficult their financial circumstances are. As you pointed out, they live on these particular wages, and they have rent to pay, they have mortgages to pay, they have gas to put in the automobiles, food to put on the table. Any delay in that, even if it's just a week or 2 weeks, can be detrimental to those parties, and it's quite upsetting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Representative Beach.
Good, I don't know, are we morning or afternoon? I guess we're still morning. Good morning, Judge. I just wanted to, since you're from my community, one of my constituents, congratulations on your appointment. And thank you for everything that you're doing. Really do appreciate it. I see that, I have one question. I see that you were a town council member, as I am currently and have been for several terms now. Can you divulge when that was? Quite a while ago, I guess.
Let's see, I try to keep that buried in the recesses of my mind, but
Just curious.
it was back in the mid 2000s.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, again, thank you and congratulations.
Thank you very much. Really
Three of
appreciate
them
it.
today, 3 judges. Honored. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was going to say, is it some sort of requirement that you have to live in Berlin or something?
The water's good there.
I guess so. As somebody who has family who lives in Berlin, I can attest. Representative Fishbein.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Your Honor. Congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you. Good morning.
I just wanted to ask you, sir, about, as I've been focused today, looking at what your productivity has been in the past, as we consider going forward. You indicated in your introductory remarks that you've sat in a few offices over the last 5 years.
Yes.
And to question 25, which asks how many hearings did your office handle in the last fiscal year? The answer was 8,501. Now, what office and or offices do you attribute that number to?
That would be strictly from the Hartford district where I'm sitting now, and have been for approximately 2 years. That would represent the total number of, I believe the total number of hearings and files that were handled by 2 sitting full-time administrative law judges in that district.
Okay, so I think the more relevant question for you here today as a nominee or renominee is, over the last year, how many files have you handled?
It would be several thousand. When we handle everything from informal, inclusive of pre-formal and formals. And with as I said before, Hartford's a very busy district. For a time, we were quite double booked, handling a number of files every half hour or so. And the numbers just come. I don't pay attention so much to how many I'm doing per day. It's whatever's assigned and I take. The numbers are compiled ultimately at the end of the day by the administrator in our office that then provides that information to the chairman's office.
Okay, and then skipping down to 26C, which asks the average time for your office from the receipt of a claim to the first informal hearing. Now, with I think all of the respondents here today, they've been very specific. You know, one was 18.77, another was 28.66 days. Your answer was within 30 days. So, which I think you would agree is nowhere near as specific as the others. So where does that answer come from?
Basically, any requests for hearings come through our office staff, and they have very specific criteria that are listed. Either you're asking for an emergency informal hearing or a normally scheduled hearing where immediacy is not necessary. So that being said, those hearing requests all go through our administrative staff and they are scheduled accordingly. So because of the number of claims and number of hearing requests that come in through the Hartford district, they select what is most pertinent, what needs to be addressed as quickly as possible. Those matters get scheduled first, and then normal course is within that 30-day time period.
Okay, and then just to be a little bit more specific, that answer within 30 days is someone else's answer. Is that fair to say?
That's the information that's compiled from our office staff that I think is then generated and provided to the chairman's office as well.
Okay, I think at some point in the future, we're going to be drilling down on that because, well, I understand what I'm reading. So
Is one of the judges, we are not in charge of the scheduling. What we ultimately receive on our dockets are the cases that have been scheduled through the efforts of the staff that exists in each particular district.
Yeah, no, I got it outside my hands, and you're processing files. So I just looking at what's before me. So thank you, and congratulations once again on your renomination. Thank you very much.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? If not, congratulations on your renomination.
Thank you very much.
All right, next up will be Benjamin Blake of Milford. Blake, if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm as the case may be the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat, and you have an opening statement, you can go ahead and give it to us.
Well, good morning. Good morning, Senator Winfield, Representative Staffstrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. I'm honored to be here today. I do want to start off by thanking Governor Lamont for his confidence and his trust in nominating me. Many of the members of this committee know me as Milford's mayor. You're familiar with my public service background, but you're likely less familiar with my legal background. As mayor, I'm responsible for the day-to-day business of a city with 2,000 employees and an annual operating budget of $250 million. I'm responsible for furnishing the vision and direction of our community's successful future. But in addition to my duties as mayor, I'm also an attorney. I handle files on behalf of our Corporation Counsel's office. For the past 12 years, I've represented the city of Milford as an attorney in workers' compensation hearings, in depositions, in pretrials, and a whole host of administrative and judicial proceedings. More recently, I've been appointed by the judicial branch as a magistrate. I've helped to resolve cases through settlement conferences. I've presided over court trials. Basically, my job as a magistrate is to administer justice with fairness and compassion. As a private attorney back in the day, I practiced across the state in every judicial district, but the majority of my files were workers' compensation cases. I practiced frequently in each of the 8 workers' compensation districts. I represented both claimants and respondents, informal, pre-formal, formal hearings, arguments before the CRB. And while I still very much cherish my role as Milford's mayor, I am motivated by new opportunities in public service, especially for an area of the law for which I have such an appreciation. So I very much thank you for the consideration. I do appreciate the good work of this committee, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Congratulations. Got to be exciting for you. I'm just wondering what the I'm from, Enfield, North Central Connecticut, on the Mass border. And so I'm just wondering with Milford, what's the population of the town? I don't know the form of the local government. Is it a strong mayor? Is it a mayor council? And how is it that you can wear multiple hats while still being mayor?
So Milford is a small city with a big heart. We have a nighttime population of 55,000 people. It more than doubles during the day. We have a lot of industry. We have amongst the most manufacturing in the state of Connecticut, and we have a very large retail sector. So a lot of folks come to Milford during the day. In terms of my role, I've always stayed a part of the bar. I've always had that be something that I did not lose. And I have a lot of assignments. I wear a lot of different hats. The job or the position of mayor is full-time plus. It's not just a job, it is a lifestyle. And I do it to the wee hours of the evening, Monday through Sunday, all weekend long. There are events. However, even though I have evening obligations that I really cannot change, I have weekend obligations that there is no flexibility. My Monday through Friday, 9 to 5, I do have some flexibility. So I am able to schedule my daily calendar in a way so that I could, again, represent the city of Milford as an attorney and go to those hearings. Or twice a month, I do serve the state of Connecticut judicial branch as a magistrate.
So I'm trying to figure it out. So you're getting paid as a full-time mayor, but you're also are you the corporate counsel as well, or how does that work?
I do it to stay connected to the bar. It's not something I get paid separately to act as the attorney. In fact, I think it saves the city money because we do not have to go outside and hire outside counsel. I do fall under the malpractice insurance of the city of Milford. You know, we have checked, it is not an additional expense to cover me under the corporation counsel malpractice insurance, but it's part of my services as mayor. It's a little bit unique because I'm also an attorney. It's not one of the obligations to be mayor is you don't have to be a lawyer as well, but I just happen to be a lawyer and I still want to continue to be associated with the law because it's something that I feel is part of me.
Okay, so that's then, this is now, assuming that this, I see no reason why this won't sail through. So upon final determination by the House and Senate, and you're confirmed and then all of a sudden you're sworn in, now will you step down as mayor and do this job as a administrative law judge solely and focus on that, or how's that going to shake out?
No, I will, if you are so good, if the legislature does approve my nomination, I will step down as mayor and this will be my exclusive employment. There is a statutory, there is a charter process that is laid out for a vacancy. It's happened, other Milford mayors have been appointed to a statewide position and left their post early. So there is precedent for other elected officials within the city of Milford.
Well, certainly there's nothing in your background, your resume that's bad. I think we as a state are going to be tremendously lucky to have someone with your skill sets going forward as an administrative law judge. Certainly people juggle multiple things all the time. Representative V said she's still on the council, I guess, in the great town of Berlin. We just had Senator Dan Champagne retire, but he was a full-time state senator. At the same time, he was Vernon's mayor, still is Vernon's mayor. So I guess, I don't know the strict rule of law, whether you could actually stay mayor of Milford or not. But I think it's reassuring to know that in this new role, and it's lucky that Representative O'Day's not here. He's really about 9 to 5 every day, and whether you're willing to serve. But it sounds to me that you're excited about this new chapter in your life. Certainly you have the legal background to do this. And I think that you'll understand the pressures that council have in juggling a million things. Certainly you're juggling a million things right now. But I also think that, and I'm not going to ask you what party you're a part of. I think we all live here in Connecticut. You're certainly, as if you're been duly elected and supported as mayor of a community as large as 55,000, you've got the human touch. I don't think that there's going to be a problem with robitis. And I think that you'll be as sensitive towards claimants as responsible to make sure that due process is served towards respondents. So I only wish you the very best and congratulations. And thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom.
Thank you, Senator.
Representative Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's still morning. Good morning, sir, and congratulations on your nomination. Senator Kissel asked a lot of the stuff that I was going to ask, but I'm trying to figure out, as a magistrate, you said that, when did you get appointed as a magistrate?
2021, so about a year and a half ago.
And in that role, you have presided over court trials, I believe you indicated.
Yes.
And in that role, have you written any decisions?
Yes, a good number.
Okay. And then, you know, when I was reviewing the packet that we got in preparation for this meeting, I noticed that I believe all of the submissions are over 10 years old. Am I accurate in that statement?
Yes. Again, I've been mayor for the last 12 years and have not practiced privately since that time. So all of the memorandums of of law that I have drafted are a little bit stale. They are 12 years old. I do have more current opinions or decisions as a magistrate. I've written other legal papers, but I have not, for example, appeared at any formal hearings or CRB hearings in the last 12 years, only informal and pre-formal in front of the Workers' Compensation Commission. So it has not necessitated me to write memorandums of law in the last 12 years.
Okay, okay, so however, you did represent to us that you've been serving as corporation counsel for the city of Milford during that period of time.
I apologize. I work with our corporation counsel's office. I am the mayor. I am not the formal corporation counsel for the city. I work with that office in my capacity, not as mayor, but as an attorney representing the city of Milford, attending hearings and pre-trials and taking depositions.
Okay, okay, so when you take a deposition, you are acting as a lawyer in some sort of litigation on behalf of the city of Milford. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And in the course of those matters in which you took depositions, you've never had to write some sort of memorandum in those cases?
Not memorandums of law. I've written hearing reports and deposition summaries and things of that nature. It's my recollection that the questionnaire from the Judiciary Committee asked specifically for briefs and memorandum of law. I have not drafted those in the past 12 years.
Okay. And as mayor of the city of Milford, you presently have a lawsuit against you in that role.
I believe there is a land use case right now where in my capacity as mayor, I'm named as a defendant in a land use case. Yes.
Well, I believe the case, it's a mandamus case, which for those of you that are following along, basically a mandamus action is an allegation against an elected or appointed official who has a duty, a non-delegable duty to undertake an act that is not discretionary. And I mean, basically the case has to do with a resident of Milford expressed interest in acquiring a piece of land from the city of Milford back in 2016. And the local boards have approved that transfer. And the assessor came in with, although the property is assessed at $2,100, the assessor asked for $21,000. There was negotiations by the town, and an amount of $10,800 was arrived upon. And you, as the mayor, have refused to sign off on that transfer. So you've been sued as the mayor, claiming that you should have signed off on that. That's basically what that case has to do with, right?
So as my role as of mayor, I'm responsible for making sure that the administration, the best interest of our residents, is at the forefront. And unlike the takings clause, where the government can acquire private property, there is no reverse takings clause that I'm aware of. You're not required to alienate property to private residents if it's not in the best interest of the community. And that case that you're citing is long and complicated, but I can assure you that the position of the city of Milford is in the best interest of the community.
Okay, and the city of Milford has not moved to dismiss that action. In fact, I believe it was December 14. This case has been pending for well over a year, almost 2 years now at this point. December 14, I believe it was, the court ordered depositions to be taken in that case within 2 months of that order. So that case is live. So now I'm hearing that if you are to be appointed to this position, that you are going to resign as mayor, which, you know, my concern is that the taxpayers of the city of Milford have been paying to defend your unilateral decision, because it appears based upon the complaint that you haven't been supported by anyone on any board or commission with regard to that position. So how am I to put that together in the context of this possible nomination?
Representative Fishbein, it is an active lawsuit. I can't go into the details of the active lawsuit in terms of strategy. I could just tell you that I am, you know, certainly operating in the best interest of the community.
Representative Fishbein, beyond that, I would submit our charge here today is whether the governor's nomination, whether this nominee is qualified for the position he's been nominated for. So I think we need to get back to that as opposed to what actions the city may or may not take in some lawsuit with a different mayor.
Well, with all due respect, it would be a totally different situation if this individual was going to wait, let's say, for resolution of that case. I think it's totally relevant that that case is potentially going to be dramatically impacted. That the taxpayers of the city of Milford have been paying to defend. So it's of significant concern to at least me. I think I have the information that I needed. Going back to the questionnaire. Oh, I think you answered the handling files with corporation counsel representation. And then, so then am I to understand that you have not actively practiced law for over a decade? Is that fair to say?
I have actively practiced law. I have not actively practiced law as a private attorney in over a decade, but I continue to practice, again, representing the city of Milford as a lawyer. I also was appointed by the Chief Justice as a magistrate within the more recently.
Have you filed an appearance in any case in the last 10 years on behalf of the city of Milford?
Not a personal appearance. We have filed appearances through the city attorney's office using the city attorney's office juris number.
Yeah, like in the case that we're talking about before, the appearance that was originally filed in that case does not bear your name, correct?
The case that you just referenced, no, it would have been the city attorney's office, the juris number under our city attorney's office.
Okay. All right, that's all I had. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Further questions or comments? Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mayor Blake, congratulations on your nomination.
Thank you.
Obviously, over the period of time that you were handling workers' compensation cases throughout all 8 districts, you certainly saw a number of different styles on the behalf of commissioners at the time. What style would you bring to this position? How would you work to resolutions on cases?
Well, one of the things I appreciate most about the workers' compensation bar and the commissioners or the judges is that it's a very collegial bar. It's a bar where everybody sits around the table, the respondents attorneys, the claimants attorneys, and the judges or commissioners, and they reach a resolution at that very hearing, whether it's an informal or pre-formal hearing. And that's what attracts me to this area or practice of law. In the Superior Court, the judges are cloistered in the antechamber, and cases take weeks and months and years and sometimes decades to resolve, whereas there are results after every single hearing. And I know that I've had cases with you in my former life, Attorney Quinn, Representative Quinn, and I think that you would agree that that camaraderie to move the ball forward and to authorize treatment or advanced benefits, even on a without prejudice basis, is one of the things that attracts you to that area of law, because for a result-oriented guy, it's satisfying.
Remembering back to your time actively practicing before the commission, what frustrations did you have back then as a lawyer about the process or how the cases moved or anything like that, that you would bring that experience to this position?
Remembering back, I think that, as a respondent's attorney, you had a different perspective than a claimant's attorney. And again, I handled both pretty equally. And when you had the respondent's hat on, you had a different set of gripes than when you had the hat of a claimant's attorney. I think when you're representing a claimant, you do so vigorously and you want to move the case as quickly as possible. And it at points felt like things were too cumbersome and took too long to authorize treatment sometimes, or resolve the outstanding issues. And I think it was the reverse of the respondent's side. But I think that was just the nature of the business in comparison to cases in front of in the Superior Court. It is a very efficient, very effective way to resolve outstanding issues.
Okay.
And I think that while, there may be issues, while there may be complaints from respondents and claimants, I think certainly this system, the good outweighs the bad.
No, absolutely. I completely agree with you there. Again, congratulations on your nomination and looking forward to being before you at some point in the future.
Thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Further questions or comments? Seeing none. Mayor Blick, congratulations on your nomination. I do have one question for you. How is it that you had better seats at the Fairfield Stags game on Sunday than I did? I seem to be up in the back. I got to find your ticket broker or something.
That was my first time in that stadium. It's an impressive new facility.
I was gonna say, it's a Fairfield U alum. I got stuck in the back of the bus, but anyway, good luck to you.
Thank you.
Next up will be okay, we're gonna take a brief recess or stand at ease for a moment. All right, we'll come back to order, and next up will be Shanique Fenlater of Hartford. Ma'am, you could raise your right hand for me, please. Do you swear or affirm, as the case may be, the information provided to this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, or under penalty of perjury?
I do.
Great. Have a seat, and whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Senator Winfield, Representative Stastrom, Senator Kissel, Representative Fishbein, and distinguished members of the Judiciary Committee. It is an honor to appear before you today. I would first like to thank Governor Lamont for nominating me to serve as an administrative law judge for the Workers' Compensation Commission. I'm grateful for this opportunity and the confidence that he has placed in me. I would also like to thank my family, friends, and mentors who have supported and inspired me over the years. I would not be where I am today without you all. Growing up, I could not imagine being here today. I left Belmont, a small fishing community on the south coast of Jamaica, at 5 years old. I moved with my mother, a teenage mom, to the north end of Hartford in 1991, hoping to start a new life. My mother's first job in America was as a cashier at a local grocery store. I learned the importance of hard work and education from her. My mother earned her nurse's aide certificate and worked 2 jobs at various nursing homes while she pursued a nursing degree. While my mother worked and attended Capital Community College in the evenings, I was a latchkey kid. After school, I went to the Hartford Public Library, a safe place within walking distance from my school. Bearing the responsibility of preparing my own snacks and completing my homework, I learned to be independent at an early age. I was fortunate to have caring teachers who challenged me and supported and encouraged my love for reading. Several of them advocated on my behalf and supported my efforts with glowing letters of recommendation to academic enrichment programs. After completing 1 year at Weaver High School in Hartford, I was chosen by lottery to attend Fermi High School in Enfield through the Open Choice program. I went on to study psychology at the University of Connecticut in Storrs and earned my law degree from the University of Connecticut School of Law in 2011. When I became a lawyer, the Open Choice program asked me, as an alum, to provide a statement for the program website. My words were simple. It doesn't matter where you start, always dream big. I'm not ashamed to say, however, that even as I submitted that statement, I wanted to give up on my dream. I graduated from law school on the heels of the 2009 recession. With no job offers, I was forced to create my own job opportunity. With no experience, I started my own law firm in 2012. After several months of having no clients, having difficult clients who refused to pay me, and exhausting all of my savings, I began to volunteer at numerous nonprofit organizations. To support myself, I completed document review projects and offered legal services on a sliding pay scale. Eventually, I was able to find a job handling workers' compensation claims at a law firm in Glastonbury. My experience as a solo practitioner has been the most challenging of my career, but also the most rewarding. When I'm faced with a new task, I remember the time I taught myself new areas of the law. When faced with a difficult client, I remember how important it is to be compassionate to a person in need. I understand the importance of the accessibility to the court process and continue to serve as a pro bono attorney for various nonprofit organizations today. I am currently an associate attorney at the Hartford office of a large national law firm. I have independently resolved multiple workers' compensation matters and have attended countless informal and pre-formal hearings. I'm an active member of the Connecticut Bar Association and was honored to be selected as a presidential fellow. I am also on the executive committee for the Young Lawyers section and serve on the board of directors for the George W. Crawford Black Bar Association. I am mindful of the responsibility of being a judge. I understand that I will be required to apply the law with fairness and impartiality, yet be empathetic to the social, cultural, and socioeconomic issues presented before me. I am confident that I possess the temperament and judgment necessary to serve as an administrative law judge. I sincerely hope that you agree. If I am confirmed, I pledge to apply myself diligently to any assignment that I receive. I respectfully ask for your vote in favor of my nomination, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Congratulations. Glad nowhere along the line you gave up on your dreams. I think one of the preeminent messages we should share with our constituents is never, ever give up on your dreams. I want to start at the beginning. First, how do we appropriately pronounce your name?
Shanique
Shanique?
Fenlater.
And how do you pronounce your last name?
Fenlater.
Fenlater?
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations, Attorney Fenlater.
Thank you.
My first sort of thing is Jamaica, where you were born, to my mind, is not really an impoverished country, and yet the way you described it was coming up to Hartford, and it was sort of like leaving a very bad place. And maybe my views are clouded by James Bond movies and other things, depictions of that island nation. But was it a poor part of the community, or was it a huge cultural change? Because it just doesn't seem to me like it's similar to escaping or leaving other really countries that have dictatorial leadership.
Well, as beautiful as Jamaica is, it is a third world country, and many of the residents there are impoverished. So coming here, we were starting over.
Okay, and in your story, you said that you were in the North End, but then you were within walking distance of Hartford Public Library. And I know that as I come into Hartford right before the Rotary, the library's there, we sort of drive underneath it, but was it a satellite?
Yes, I visited the library that's on Albany Avenue. So we lived on the north end off of Blue Hills Avenue, and I walked down Blue Hills Avenue to Albany Avenue.
Okay, great, because I think libraries are like the greatest places in the world to go. And it always, ever since I was little, I always thought it was sad that I was never going to have a chance to read all those books. It's just impossible. Now, I'm going to take a little bit of credit for you being here before us, even though I had nothing to do with it. But I was happy to hear that through the choice program, you went to school at Enrico Fermi. Now, there's no more, the schools have consolidated up in Enfield, all within the Enfield High School. I'm a kid that grew up in Windsor, not too far from you. Went to Windsor High School, but how was your experience at Fermi?
For me, it was a wonderful experience. As a student that was bused in, I was exposed to diversity for the first time as an inner city student from Hartford, and I was challenged academically. I was in AP classes, and I was also able to earn credit as a college student while I was at Fermi High.
That is awesome, and it's really great. And I'm sure Representative Hall feels the same way, that when we hear good stories from alumni of our public school system, that means a lot. And so there's just not a lot of judges or administrative law judges, formerly workers' compensation commissioners, that come from North Central Connecticut. So very proud of your accomplishments. I guess the last area that I want to inquire, now that you're working for extremely prominent law firm, I'm guessing nearly all of your clients are respondents. And I'm just wondering, I know that your life experiences probably have made sure that you won't get as the good Representative Tom O'Day always asks about robitis, letting the fact that you're getting this highly regarded position at such a young age go to your head. And so two things. What is it that we can take away that will reassure us that you will be fair and balanced, both towards the claimants bar as well as what you're more familiar with, the respondents bar? And also, what assurances can you give us that you will not suffer robitis and that you have the appropriate approach to this great position of public trust for a young woman who granted you your credentials speak for themselves, but certainly at a very young age, achieving this highly respected position?
Okay. I am from humble beginnings. My mother is here today. It is not in my nature at all to feel exalted by any position that I'm giving. I know where I come from. Also, I still give back to the community. I serve as a pro bono attorney for Lawyers for Libraries, and those are the most rewarding cases that I help to help people navigate the court process. So there is no concern that I would have arthritis.
Well, thank you. Succinct. That was your opportunity to go forward. To your mom, congratulations. Obviously very proud of you and did a fabulous job in raising you. And I think it's great. We have striven mightily as a committee to diversify the judicial branch as far as representation through magistrates and judges. And I think that it's good that as a woman of color who was born in Jamaica, raised in Hartford, that you're good representation on the workers' compensation side as well, where just looking at the individuals that came before us today, we always could do maybe a bit better job in reflecting the diversity that is the people of that are the people of the state of Connecticut. So congratulations, and I wish you the very best in your what I'm sure will be a long and illustrious career. And congratulations again to your mom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Fishman.
I want to thank your mom. She obviously gave you the guidance and the guardrails so that you knew, living in Hartford, latchkey child, you could have gotten into trouble. You went to the library. I have no problem with your nomination. I have no inkling that you will ever suffer from bronchitis, because what I see is you're always looking to grow. I mean, I was originally concerned by the jobs and but then I see you're just looking to grow, and you're a whirlwind. The American dream is, I can't say enough. Where were you at TAC?
In Middletown in the regional child docket.
Oh, great. Yeah. So you even have that experience. I mean, that's amazing. I mean, for those of you who don't know, the regional child docket is where the complex family divorce cases go, divorces in custody and that kind of stuff. They're many times very complex cases, and you get one judge, and it takes a lot for organization there. And, I was attacked for about 3 years. And, I think you're a very, very impressive individual. And, once again, take mom out to dinner or something. She deserves a lot of credit.
Thank you.
So, thank you.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Shanique, congratulations on your nomination. I know I met you last year when this was something that you were first starting to think about, and I'll echo the comments of my colleagues that you certainly bring a very unique and varied background to this position. Having practice in workers' compensation, what style would you bring as a judge to the commission?
I think my background and being someone that people will be able to relate to, my intention is to be relatable, but also fair. I intend to listen to everyone and then just simply apply the law.
Anything that you have observed as an attorney practicing before the commission that you would like to see changed, or areas where improvement could be?
I share Judge Watson's concern about the availability of physicians that will accept workers' compensation matters, and also the production of discovery. As a respondents attorney, that's something that we deal with a lot, and it's hard.
Yeah, and another area that we see it in are when there's a managed care plan for workers' compensation. Most workers' compensation insurance plans are not like that, and you can pretty much see any doctor in the state. But I think that the managed care plans limited even further, especially when you get into some of the specialties that are not as common as orthopedic doctors and things like that. But again, congratulations on your nomination, and I look forward to appearing before you in the future.
Thank you, Representative Quinn.
Further questions or comments? Representative Conley.
Thank you. Attorney Fenlon, I remember you from your days at Monstream, down out in the second district when you were arguing cases, and as was I. And it's a pleasure to see you here in the spot you are today. Your name has been getting glowing acclamations from folks you've worked with for years, and your work has spoken for itself as being good work. And I also look forward to practicing before you. Congratulations.
Thank you. I appreciate that. It's very kind.
Further questions or comments? Further questions or comments? If not, congratulations on your nomination. Well deserved.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes our list of nominees. We do have a few members of the public sign up to testify. First is Meredith Barges. Meredith Barges with us. One more time, Meredith Barges. How about Catherine Lutz? Come on, Ms. Lutz. Have a seat.
Thank you for hearing us today. My name is Catherine Lutz. I live at 178 Anderson Avenue in Milford. And I'm here to urge your strong support for Benjamin Blake to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge. Initially, I was going to rehash his qualifications and his resume, but you have all of that and probably more. Beyond the resume and beyond the titles and the duty are the day-to-day happenings and the sometimes out of the norm events that really show the person behind the title. And I do believe that when we elect or appoint someone, it's important to know the person behind the resume. Most of you probably know Milford's a coastal town with many miles of shoreline, and over time, we have experienced many damaging and often dangerous events. Ben Blake was always a calming influence to our town, whether it was setting up storm shelters, urging people to move away from direct impacts, or simply being there to support and encourage. Ben was always the person we looked to for that advice. And while it wasn't his voice booming over those coastal loudspeakers telling you to move your car to higher ground, we knew it was Ben that was behind it, that was looking at the safety of all our residents. So while we grumbled, we did move our cars because we knew it was Ben looking out for us. And on the more positive events, you'll find Ben celebrating opening day for Little League or Pop Warner or soccer and leading our holiday celebrations, speaking at graduations, visiting our kindergartens. And so for many, many years, Ben has joined us for our happy events too. And while I'm very happy for Ben having this new and pretty exciting responsibility, I will really miss him as my mayor and as my friend, which isn't going to stop since he'll possibly be in Hartford as much as I am. But I did just want to take a minute to tell you more about that side of Ben Blake.
Thank you, ma'am. Questions or comments from the committee? Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Chairman Staffstrom. Thank you for taking the time. It's a little bit of a ride coming up from Milford, and I'm just wondering, and you don't have to answer this if you find it uncomfortable, but like, what's your relationship? Is he just a friend, or, I think all of us as public servants dream of constituents like you that would take the time to come on up and say that we did a great job. But other than just.
I do it all the time, Senator.
Oh, okay, sorry. But I'm just wondering if it's like, are you guys neighbors or just how you know the mayor?
we're not neighbors, but Milford, while the population's over 50,000, really remains that very small town, you know, we were born and raised in. And I met Ben, I believe, when he was first elected as an alderman, and I think he was still in school then. So I've known him long before mayor, and through just different things happening in town.
Well, I can't stress enough, and if people happen to be tuning in on CTN, the power of an individual in Connecticut is not to be looked down upon. We as a legislature love it when people take time out of their day, and we know that most people are working, they can't take the time. But if there's any possible way, anybody who takes the time, and if you can't get here physically, maybe via Zoom, but the testimony of individuals that aren't paid to lobby in the building, and it's not to say anything negative about lobbyists. I learn an awful lot on both sides of issues from folks that are representing certain interests, but having just a regular person come on up and saying, this guy's a great guy, that's really reassuring. And I know I visited Milford once. I was dating a young lady, Martha Turner, back in the day. We're talking decades when I was in college. It was a lovely town. And up in Enfield, we still call ourselves a town. I guess the mayor said it's a little city with a big heart. And you're an exemplification of that as well. So thank you for taking the time and testifying. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. We have great beaches too, so come down for our beaches.
Further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, ma'am, thanks for
Thank
being with
you.
us today. Senator Moroni. Assume you're here in opposition to one of our
Yes.
nominees.
Chair Staffstrom and Winfield, ranking members Kissel and Fishbein. I am James Moroni, the state senator from the 14th district. I have the honor of representing Milford, and I'm here today to speak in favor of the nomination of Mayor Benjamin Blake to be a workers' comp administrative judge. I will be submitting written testimony jointly with Representative Smith, but while I'm here before you, I just wanted to touch on three areas, really. One, demeanor. Ben, has the demeanor to be a judge. He's guided Milford through several natural crises, and he's always been calm in doing so. He led us through Superstorm Sandy, where you can go on YouTube and still see the flooding with the refrigerators floating down the streets of Milford. But Ben was there for our residents at that time, and through the pandemic, he was a guiding force, calming and leading our town and through that crisis. Intellect, we've heard of his qualifications as a judge and as the mayor and former alderman. He's also a certified history teacher. And he taught history while he's at the University of Richmond. And if you ever spend time with him, he will share various historical facts with you during the conversation, whether it be history of Milford, the state, or the country. And finally, I just wanted to talk about his dedication to our community and his family. More importantly, any given weekend, Ben is coaching or attending 4 to 8, I think, basketball games at this time of the year. Or baseball games or basketball, baseball, and other, I think Caroline's in gymnastics as well. So he's at all of his family's activities. He's there for his children. He's there for the community at every ribbon cutting or community fair, and he's there for his friends. And so while I am happy for this opportunity for him, I will miss serving alongside of him, and I consider him a good friend, and I wish him all the best. And I think we'll be lucky to have him as a state. So thank you. And
thank you. Questions for Senator Moroni? Questions, Senator Kissel?
Thank you very much, Chairman Stafford. Senator Moroni, your words mean an awful lot. Highly respect you in the Senate. You're singing my song when you said that he loves history, because that's one of my 2 bachelor's degree is Bachelor of Arts and Liberal Arts with major in history, and also was certified as a secondary social studies teacher back in the day, although decided to go on to law school, probably a big mistake. But, just taking the time as a busy legislator, and certainly you are, and speaking from the heart about his qualities. It's tremendous, and I think it's going to be a loss, quite frankly, for the people of Milford, but it's going to be a benefit for the people of the state of Connecticut. So thank you so much for your public service and taking the time to testify. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions or comments? If not, Senator, thanks for being
Okay.
here.
Thank you. And Senator Kissel, I would encourage you to come visit Milford anytime. And I'm sure Mayor Blake would tell you Milford does have better beaches than Enfield. So we hope to see you soon. Thank you.
All right. Now that we got all the love of Milford out of the way, I believe. No, I'm just kidding. I love Milford. I actually grew up in Milford. Is there anybody else sign up to testify? I don't believe so. So I'm going to declare this public hearing closed. I am going to convene the Judiciary Committee meeting for February 15th, 2023. We are going to move quickly to section 3 of our agenda, which is nominations for review to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge. I'll entertain a motion to approve the governor's nomination of the Honorable Stephen M. Morelli of Berlin to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge.
So moved. Second.
All right, I got a motion from Senator Winfield and a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Seeing none, Senator.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to create a consent calendar and move this matter to consent.
Is there objection to placing this item on the consent calendar? Is there objection? Seeing none, we will move on to the nomination of the honorable. I will entertain a motion to approve the governor's nomination of the Honorable Carolyn M. Colangelo of Easton to be a workers'
So moved.
administrative law judge.
Second.
I've got a motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? Senator Kissel.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move this matter to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Place this item on consent. Seeing none. I will next entertain a motion to confirm the governor's nomination of the Honorable Daniel E. Dilzer of Berlin to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion? Senator Winfield, Senator Kissel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move this item to the consent calendar.
Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, I'll entertain a motion to confirm the governor's nomination of the Honorable Maureen E. Driscoll of Fairfield to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge.
So moved. Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion? Senator Kissel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move this matter to the consent calendar, please.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Next, I will move on and ask motion to confirm the governor's nomination of the Honorable Jody Marie Gregg of Stamford to be a workers' compensation
So
administrative
moved.
judge.
Second.
Senator Winfield, second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on the nomination? Seeing none. Senator Kissel.
I'd like to move this item to the consent calendar, please, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no objection, so ordered. Next, I will entertain a motion to confirm the governor's nomination of the Honorable David W. Schoolcraft of Hebron to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
from Senator Winfield, second from Representative Fishbein. Senator Kissel.
I'd like to move this matter to the consent calendar, please.
Is there objection? Seeing none, so ordered. Next, we'll move on to, I'll ask for a motion to confirm the governor's nomination, the Honorable William J. Watson III of Berlin to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, a second from Representative Fishbein. Is there discussion on this nominee? Is there discussion? Senator Kissel.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move this item to the consent calendar.
Thank you. We will next, 1 second here. Okay, we are gonna, next, I will, ask for a motion to confirm the governor's nomination of Benjamin Blake of Milford to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge.
So moved.
And a sec, I've got a motion from Senator Winfield. I've got a second from Representative Doucette. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion on this nomination? If not, Madam Administrator, please call the roll.
Roll call vote on Benjamin Blake of Milford to nomination to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge. Winfield,
Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer, Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel,
Yes.
Fishbein,
Representative Fishbein votes no.
Blumenthal, Callahan,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Curry, Delaney, Dillon, Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky, Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Yes.
Hall, Harding, Hayes, Howard, Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes in the affirmative.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser, Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pavlock D'Amato, Porter, Sampson, Sims, Veach,
Representative Veach votes yes.
Walker, Wilson,
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Senator Sampson votes no, by the way. I'm sorry, I didn't have my microphone.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. We will hold the votes open until 3 o'clock, the members. Next, I will entertain a motion to confirm the governor's nomination of Shanique Fenlater of Hartford to be a workers' compensation.
So move.
Second.
Motion from Senator Winfield, second from Senator Kissel. Is there discussion on this nomination? Is there discussion? If not, Senator Kissel.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move this item to the consent calendar, please.
Is there objection to place this item on consent? Seeing none, so ordered. Madam Administrator, when you're ready, you can read the consent calendar and we'll take a roll call on that.
The consent calendar consists of the following nominations for review to be a workers' compensation administrative law judge: the Honorable Stephen M. Morelli of Berlin, the Honorable Carolyn M. Colangelo of Easton, the Honorable Daniel E. Dilzer of Berlin, the Honorable Maureen E. Driscoll of Fairfield, the Honorable Jody Gregg of Stamford, the Honorable David W. Schoolcraft of Hebron, the Honorable William J. Watson III of Berlin, and Shanique Fenlater of Hartford. Winfield,
Senator Winfield in the affirmative.
Staffstrom,
Yes.
Flexer, Quinn,
Yes.
Kissel,
Yes.
Fishbein,
Yes.
Blumenthal, Callahan,
Yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Curry, Delaney,
Representative Delaney in the affirmative.
Dillon, Doucette,
Yes.
Dubitsky, Elliott, Gaston, Gilchrist, Godfrey,
Yes.
Hall,
Yes.
Harding, Hayes, Howard, Johnson,
Representative Johnson votes yes.
Khan, Labriola, Lesser, Marr,
Senator Marr votes yes.
Miller, O'Day, Osborne, Pavlock D'Amato,
Votes yes.
Porter, Sampson,
Sampson's yes.
Sims, Veach, Walker,
Veach says yes.
Walker, and Wilson. How do you vote, Representative Wilson?
Representative Wilson votes yes.
Thank you so much.
All right, again, for the record and as a reminder, votes will be open till 3 o'clock. The Judiciary Committee will next meet next Wednesday. We have a settlement for review from the Attorney General's office and maybe some other business on Wednesday, but that'll be our next meeting. And with that, we stand in recess until 3 o'clock. Have a good day, everybody.
Madam Administrator.
Hi, Representative.
Good afternoon, Madam Administrator. Am I on record having missed any votes?
You missed the first one. Hang on.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to have my vote counted in the affirmative, please.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Administrator, and have a good day.
You too.
Hello.
Senator.
Aye. I'd like to vote in favor of Ben Blake and vote in favor of the consent calendar.
You're all set. Thank you so much. Hi, Representative Pavlik D'Amato. Yes, Pavlik D'Amato votes yes. Okay. So for Benjamin Blake of Milford, how do you vote? Yes. Pavlik D'Amato votes yes. Excellent. Thank you so much. You're all set. Thank you. Hi, Representative. Hi. So what we ended up doing was we voted Ben Blake separately by roll and then did a consent for the rest of them.
Okay, I vote yes on Benjamin Blake of Milford and yes on the consent calendar.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Have a good day.
Yep.
Bye.
Hi, Representative Dillon.
I'd like to vote.
So we separated out Ben Blake of Milford.
Yes,
How
I
do you
heard
vote?
that.
So how would you like to vote for Benjamin Blake?
I'd like to vote yes.
Okay. And then for the consent calendar for the remaining items.
Yes,
Okay, you're all set. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Hi, Kirsten.
Hi, Representative. How are you?
Very well. How are you?
Not too bad. I'm hearing it's nice out today.
Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Apparently we skip winter now. I'm good with it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we separated Ben Blake of Milford out from the consent calendar of the rest of the items. So how do you vote on Ben Blake?
I vote, Representative Howard votes yes.
Okay, for the consent calendar?
Representative Howard votes yes.
All right, you're all set.
Thanks, Kirsten. Have a great day.
You too.
Hey, Madam Administrator, just here to vote if you're there.
Yes, actually, I was just about to email you.
Well, how's it going?
Good, and yourself?
Doing well.
Okay, so for Benjamin Blake of Milford, we did a roll call on him separately. How would you like to vote?
Yes,
Okay, and then for the consent calendar.
yes.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Have a good one.
You too.
Good afternoon.
Hi, Representative. How are you?
I am. How are you?
Not bad. Oh, sorry, just get back here. Okay, so we did a separate roll call vote on Ben Blake of Milford. How do you vote?
Representative Curry votes yes.
And then we had a consent for the rest of the items. So how do you vote on that?
Representative Curry votes yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Have an easy day.
You too.
Representative Sims.
Hello, everyone. How are you?
Not bad. And yourself?
Good, thank you. Did I miss
So
anything?
we had two votes. We separated out the nomination of Benjamin Blake of Milford and did a roll call. How do you vote for that?
Yes.
And then we did the rest of the items on consent calendar. So how do you vote for that?
Yes.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you so much, Representative.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Senator. How are you?
I'm fine.
So I won't keep you. We did a consent calendar, but we pulled the nomination of Ben Blake off that and did a roll. So how do you?
Which
vote
one
for
did you pull off?
Ben Blake of Milford.
Oh, you did? Okay. Did they say why?
There were some questions. Representative Fishbein had some questions for him throughout, and so Representative
Okay.
Fishbein and Sampson both voted no. Everybody else voted yes, though, for it.
Okay. All right.
So how do you vote for Benjamin Blake of Milford?
I vote yes.
And then for the consent calendar, the consent calendar is the remaining items on the agenda.
I vote yes.
Okay, you're all set.
All right. Thank you so much.
Have a great rest of your
Bye,
day.
Christian.
Hi, Representative. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Not too bad. So we separated out Benjamin Blake of Milford and did a roll call. How would you like to vote for him?
Which one?
Benjamin Blake of Milford.
I'll vote no on him.
Okay, and then the rest of the items went on consent. So how would you like to vote?
I'll vote yes.
Okay, you're all set. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Representative.
Hey there, how's it going?
Good and yourself.
Thank you.
So
What are the,
we pulled off Benjamin Blake of Milford, did a roll call vote on that. How would you like to vote?
I will vote in the affirmative.
Okay. And then the rest of the items went on consent. How would you like to vote for that?
In the affirmative.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
You got it. Have a good one. They do, if you. Hold on. Hey, Senator, how are you? Oh, hang on a second, you're muted. Yeah, there you go.
Oh, could you hear me?
Yep, there you go.
Okay. I was saying my legislative aide just sent me the link. For some reason, I didn't get it in my email.
Oh my God. So I just added a second email address. So now you should totally be covered no matter what.
Okay.
I don't know why that wasn't getting them. I apologize. So what we did today is we did a consent calendar, but we pulled one of the nominations off and did a roll call separately. So that nomination was Benjamin Blake of Milford. So how would you vote for that?
Yes.
Okay. And then how would you like to vote for the consent calendar?
Yes.
Okay. And that's all we've got. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. Do I get well, I guess it counts for attendance that I'm doing this now, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. You're covered.
Okay, good. All right. Well, thanks for having both my emails because for some reason I'm not getting them on my CGA emails, and Henry's trying to go through it. He doesn't see them either. So I'm not sure what's happening.
I don't either. I will double check. And so I was glad that he just set that your other one on. So I just added that. Like I said, I told him it's all set. So hopefully going forward, we should be good to go.
Okay. Sweet. Thank
So I
you.
apologize. No, you're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye.
Hi, Representative. Can you hear me okay? Oh, you're muted. There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, perfect.
Okay.
Okay, so
Thank you for doing this.
Oh, please, absolutely. No, I'm happy to help. So we pulled one nomination off from the consent calendar, or I should say it just wasn't included. So Benjamin Blake of Milford was a separate vote. So how do you vote for him?
Yes.
Okay. And then for the consent calendar of the remaining agenda items.
I vote yes again.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you so much. Have a great day.
You too, take care.
Hello?
Hey, Senator,
Hi.
I appreciate you. So for the consent calendar,
I thought I said I voted yes on the consent calendar.
I had you for Ben Blake, but I didn't have you marked for the consent.
Okay. Fine. I said it, but you may not have heard. Okay.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hi, Representative.
Hello.
How are you? So we had 2 votes today. We did a consent calendar, but we pulled one off and voted on that separately. So nomination of Benjamin Blake of Milford, how do you vote?
Yeah, yes, RepCon votes yes.
Okay, and then for the consent calendar?
Can you just tell me what's on it?
Yep, so the remaining nominees, so we've got, or nominations.
Is it just nominations?
Yes.
Okay,
exactly.
then I'm a yes.
Okay, you're all set.
Thank you.
Thanks, have a good one.
Too.